is meant to come up heavy and wriggling with silver. In the reed country I want to take you to, it comes up with black weed and a drowned man's belt and nothing that ever swam. The fishermen there have one word for whatever is emptying their water: devil. And they have scraped together enough coin to hire a witcher to prove them right. Watch how carefully he refuses to. The first net came up with no fish in it, only black weed and a dead man's belt. Geralt watched the fisherman drag it over the gunwale hand by hand. Water streamed from the knotted cords and pattered against the planks of the narrow boat. Nobody spoke. Their bare feet braced against the ribs, shoulders hunched under patched wool, and when the belt struck the bottom boards, the iron buckle gave a small, hard knock. One of the fishermen crossed himself and said, "That was Breven's." The older man beside him let go of the net and asked whether you could tell that from a buckle. The first said he'd hammered it straight for him last spring. The belt lay twisted among clots of weed. A strip of brown leather remained caught in the buckle, torn across one end as though something had pulled until the hide gave way. Geralt crouched and touched it with 2 fingers. The leather was swollen from the water, but the torn edge was pale and fresh. He asked how deep it was here, and the older fisherman glanced toward the reeds and said, "Chest deep in the channel." "Less by the bank." Geralt looked over the side. The marsh water had no shine. It lay dark beneath the gray morning, thick with drifting pollen and bubbles that rose from the mud without sound. Reeds crowded both banks so tightly that their yellow stalks rubbed together whenever the wind moved through them. Beyond, drowned willow trunks stood among the mist. Branches low and twisted like hands sunk to the wrist. "Where did they find Brevin?" he asked. "Downriver from the eel posts," the younger man said, face under, feet on the mud. The older one added that the water there barely reached a man's thigh, and that Breven had been strong, stronger than either of them. Geralt lifted the belt and smelled it. Marsh rot, fish oil, old sweat. Beneath them lay another scent, faint and sour, like wet hide left too near a fire. The younger fisherman watched him do it and said the devil took him. Geralt set the belt down. "Devils usually leave less mud." The man did not answer. He kept looking toward the reeds. Their boat drifted against a clump of sedge, and something moved beneath the surface close to the hull, long enough to bend the floating weed before vanishing into deeper water. Both fishermen seized their poles. Geralt remained crouched. A carp rolled 10 paces away, silver belly flashing once in the dark, and the older fisherman breathed out through his nose, though his hands stayed clenched around the pole. Geralt said they told him the nets had been empty. 12 days, the man said. "All of them? All near the hamlet. They set farther every morning now. First the perch went, then pike, eels last. Now they caught weed, sticks, sometimes a boot." "Men," Geralt said. The fisherman looked at the belt. Geralt stood and took his own pole from the floorboards. "Take me to the eel posts." The hamlet had been built where the ground rose scarcely higher than the marsh around it. A dozen timber huts crouched on low mounds joined by plank walks, their walls stained green at the bottom where the floods reached each spring. Fish racks stood empty along the shore. The smokehouses had gone cold. Nets hung from poles like torn cobwebs, patched so often that little of the first cord remained. Women and children watched from doorways as the boat passed, and no one called out. A dog followed along the bank until the mud took it to the belly, then stopped and whined. At the last landing, a broad man in a sheepskin vest, waited with 3 others. His beard had been cut close with a dull knife, leaving ragged tufts along his jaw, and he carried a boar spear whose blade was brown with old rust. He asked whether they had found something. Brevin's belt, the younger fisherman said. The broad man's eyes shifted to Geralt. And a belt does not kill anyone, Geralt said. The man tightened his grip on the spear and said they had hired him to kill what does. Geralt told him they had hired him to learn what does, and that killing came after. A murmur passed among the men behind him. Geralt stepped from the boat into mud that took his boot halfway to the ankle, pulled free with a wet, sucking sound, and climbed the short slope toward the nearest hut, saying, "Show me the bodies." They had laid the dead in an empty smoke house because the hamlet had no shrine, and the ground near the huts was too wet for graves. The place smelled of old ash, salt, and damp wood. 3 bodies rested on planks set across barrels, wrapped in coarse cloth from the feet to the chin. The broad man stayed by the door and named them. This one, Brevin, the others Ludek and Fen. Geralt uncovered the first body. Brevin had been perhaps 40, thick through the chest, hands hardened by rope and knife work. His face was swollen from the water. Mud filled one nostril and lay packed beneath his nails. Geralt turned the head. 4 dark punctures marked the side of the neck, close together and deep enough to have bled freely, the flesh around them bruised. He opened the dead man's mouth and found more black silt between the teeth. "Was he bitten there?" the broad man asked. "Held by teeth?" Geralt pressed 2 fingers into the bruising. The marks curved slightly around the neck. "Claws," he said. He uncovered Ludek. The second man bore a torn wound along the ribs, strips of skin peeled backward as if raked by hooked fingers, and one ankle had been twisted until the joint broke. Fen's corpse had no deep wounds at all, only bruises across the chest and a raw band around one wrist. Geralt asked where they were found. "Brevin by the eel posts," the broad man said. "Ludek in a side creek beyond the Willow Island, Fen near his own traps." "Together?" "Different nights. Who saw them last?" The broad man frowned and wanted to know what that mattered. It told him where they entered the water, Geralt said. "Brevin went alone," the man said. "Ludek too. Fen set traps with his brother, but they split at dusk." Geralt covered the bodies again and examined their clothing, boots, and hair. Brevin's left sleeve had been torn at the shoulder. Ludek had reed fibers knotted around one bootlace. Fen's tunic carried a smear of pale green slime across the back, too high to have come from wading. Near the floor lay their belongings in 3 baskets: knives, cord, hooks, flint, a clay pipe, 2 copper coins. Geralt picked up Brevin's fishing knife. The blade was bent near the point, and he said the man had stabbed something. The broad man came closer and said then, "There is blood on it." "Was," Geralt said. He scraped a thumbnail along the groove beside the knife's spine. A dull gray scale clung there, no larger than a lentil, thick and ridged, and edged with a faint green cast where the light touched it. The men at the door shifted. "Water devil," one whispered. Geralt held the scale beneath his nose. The same sour scent rose from it, stronger now. Wet hide, stagnant water, and something like crushed frog spawn. How many had they seen, he asked, and no one answered at once. The broad man stared at the scale and said one. "You saw it? Brevin did 2 days before he died. said it had eyes like lamps and horns under the weed. Brevin, Geralt corrected.
The man's face hardened, and he said Brevin had been drunk when he told it. Where? Geralt asked. Near the eel posts? Anyone else? An old woman standing beyond the doorway spoke from the gloom. She had seen a head in the water. The men turned. She wore a dark kerchief pulled low over her forehead, and both hands rested on a crooked hazel stick. 6 nights passed, she said, by the reed cut. Geralt asked what it looked like. Flat, green-gray, gone when it saw her. 20 paces off. She considered the last question a moment, then said it was larger than a dog, smaller than a man, and that she had seen only the head. The broad man gave an impatient grunt. It crawled like a frog and drowned men, he said, and what more did the Witcher need? Geralt placed the scale in a small leather pouch, to know whether you have one problem or several. He stepped outside. The air had warmed, but the marsh still gave off a cold breath that crept beneath the edge of his coat. Flies moved in slow clouds over the shallows. Somewhere beyond the huts, wood struck wood as the fishermen pulled their boats farther onto the bank. At Brevin's landing, Geralt knelt beside a pile of nets. Most had been slashed rather than torn. The cuts came in short, uneven strokes, some made from inside the mesh, others from without. A fish spine had been woven into one knot sharpened at both ends. He held it up and asked whether Brevin had done this. The younger fisherman shook his head. None of us bind nets with bone. Geralt turned the spine between his fingers, fixed deliberately, point outward set where a hand hauling the net would close around it. The hamlet's fear changed shape around him. It had begun as silence and lowered eyes. Now men crowded nearer, craning at the little bone barb. The broad man wanted to know whether the thing set snares, and Geralt told him it understood them, which was not the same answer and not meant to be. A woman called from the plank walk, a child clamped against her skirt with one arm, her free hand pointing out to the last row of eel traps. That one moved, she said. Everyone looked. The nearest trap floated motionless beside its stake. The second bobbed once. The third tilted slowly until half its woven frame had gone under. Geralt was already moving. He crossed the landing in 3 strides and stepped into the waiting punt, and the younger fisherman pushed off before anyone told him to, while the older one seized the rear pole. Take the left channel, Geralt said. The older man said that led to the posts. Geralt said he knew. From the shore, the broad man shouted that they had no fire. Geralt opened the small wooden case at his belt, checked the stoppered vials inside, and said he had enough. The punt slid between the reeds, and their stems closed behind it, hiding the hamlet in under 20 paces. Water whispered along the hull. Mud dragged at the pole each time Geralt drove it down, and on the third thrust, the bottom fell away beneath the point. Channel deepens here, the older fisherman said. Geralt crouched near the bow. Ahead, the eel traps waited, dark baskets tethered to bent stakes. One had been crushed flat, another had been pulled under, its rope stretched tight toward the reeds on the far bank. Stop! The fishermen planted their poles. Geralt leaned over the side and caught the rope. It vibrated against his palm, then went still. Cut it, the younger man whispered, but Geralt drew his knife and wound the rope twice around his forearm and told them to back the boat. The older fisherman shoved hard. For a moment the punt moved, then the rope tightened and something below pulled the other way. The
The bow dipped until black water ran over the planks. The younger fisherman stumbled and dropped his pole. Geralt braced one boot against the forward rib and let the strain travel through his shoulder. Whatever held the trap was strong, though it did not pull steadily. It jerked, paused, jerked again, testing the weight above. Bubbles rose beside the boat. A webbed hand broke the surface, fingers long and thick, each tipped with a black hook. It caught the gunwale and tore a strip of wood free before the younger fisherman struck at it with the pole. The hand vanished. A heartbeat later, something rammed the hull from beneath, and the punt heaved sideways. Geralt released the rope, seized the younger man by the collar, and dragged him back from the edge as another hand clawed through the water where his leg had been. A flat gray head surfaced beyond the bow, crowned with strips of weed, round yellow eyes fixed on Geralt. A wide mouth opened to show small, close-set teeth, and the creature hissed. From the reeds behind them came a second hiss, lower and farther off. Geralt turned his head. Two trails cut through the floating weed, running in opposite directions. The first creature dropped beneath the boat. The second moved unseen toward the narrow channel back to the hamlet, fast enough to bow the reeds aside. Geralt drew his silver sword. "There are two," he said. The second trail vanished into the reeds before he could turn the punt. The younger fisherman wanted to go back to the hamlet. Geralt kept his silver blade low over the water and said that was what it wanted them to do. The punt rocked beneath them, slow at first, then harder, as something brushed along the keel from bow to stern. The older fisherman drove his pole down and found no bottom. His arms sank nearly to the shoulders before the point struck mud. He muttered a question about what in the gods' names they were doing. "Separating us," Geralt said. He watched the floating weed. The water near the bow lay smooth now, but a string of bubbles slipped along the starboard side, and behind them the reed tops shivered where the second creature had passed, though there was scarcely any wind. The younger man reached for the dropped pole. A clawed hand rose beside it. Geralt struck before the fingers closed. Silver cut through two knuckles and bit into the gunwale beneath, and the Vodyanoi recoiled with a raw croak, thrashing hard enough to throw muddy spray across all three men. Its blood spread over the surface in dark threads, almost black against the water. The punt lurched again. This blow came from below and caught them broadside. The older fisherman lost his footing and pitched over the edge. Geralt caught only the back of his vest before the man went under and the wet sheepskin tore in his fist. A gray shape rolled beneath the surface, arms closing around the fisherman's waist. Geralt thrust the sword down with both hands. The blade met something hard, slid, then sank. The Vodyanoi twisted away and wrenched the hilt sideways. Water closed over Geralt's wrists. The weight of the sword and the creature beneath dragged him against the gunwale until the boat leaned so steeply the younger man cried out. The fisherman surfaced beside the stern, choking, clawing at the hull. "Pull him in," Geralt said, and the younger man seized him by the hair and collar. Geralt tore the silver blade free and saw a pale belly flash once under the punt before it vanished into the murk. The wounded creature left a wavering stain behind it. "Now," he said, "pull for the mud bank." There was no bank here, the younger man told him. 40 paces ahead, Geralt said, right side. The older fisherman hung half inside the boat, coughing water onto the planks, and said that was no bank. It was silt. "It would hold the boat," Geralt said. "It would swallow a man," the fisherman said. Geralt wiped his blade against his sleeve. Then stay in the boat. They pushed through the reeds. The channel narrowed until stalks scraped both sides of the punt and left yellow dust across the wet wood. Geralt stood at the bow and parted them with his sword, watching for the quick fold of leaves that meant something moving below. Once he caught sight of 3 ridged fingers curled around a submerged root. They withdrew before he could cut. The mudbank appeared as a low black tongue beneath the reeds, no wider than a cottage floor. Rushes grew around its edge, but the middle had dried enough to crack in the morning sun. Bones lay scattered there, mostly fish and waterfowl. The one human finger rested near a heap of shells. Geralt stepped out. Mud closed over his boot to the calf and clung like glue when he pulled free. The surface trembled with each movement, yet beneath the first soft layer lay packed silt, firm enough to bear his weight. He crossed to the center, tested the ground twice with his heel, then turned and told them to bring the boat against the edge. The older fisherman stared at the water behind them. They followed, he said. Of course, Geralt said. The punt scraped onto the mud. Geralt took a coil of line from beneath the middle seat and knotted one end around the bow ring, then handed it across. The younger fisherman caught it and asked what he was doing. Seeing which one bleeds. He waded back to the shallows with the silver sword in hand. The water reached his knees, then his thighs. Cold pressed through leather and wool, numbing the muscle before he'd gone 6 paces. Mud sucked at his boots each time he shifted his weight, and the sword grew heavier with every finger's breadth of water that climbed the blade. The marsh around him went quiet. No frogs called. Nothing stirred above the reeds, and even the flies had lifted off the water to hang in a thin cloud over the bank. Geralt crouched and touched the surface. Blood from the cut hand drifted in faint, broken ribbons toward the deeper channel. The stab wound had left another trail, thicker and lower, drops clinging to submerged stems. 2 wounds, 2 directions. He followed the deeper trail with his eyes until it disappeared beneath a mat of floating weed. The wounded beast had gone west toward the drowned willows. Its mate was close enough to watch the boat. A reed stem bowed behind him. Geralt turned. The Vodyanoi came out of the shallows on all 4s, low and fast, gray-green hide slick with mud. It was smaller than the head seen by the boat had suggested, but broad through the shoulders, arms nearly long enough to reach the ground while it stood. A torn web hung from its left hand, where 2 fingers had been cut, yellow eyes fixed on Geralt's sword. It did not charge. The creature slid sideways, keeping the water at its back. Its throat swelled with the drawn breath, and a low clicking passed through its teeth. Geralt matched the movement. Mud pulled at his legs and slowed every step, while the Vodyanoi crossed the shallows without troubling the surface. It crouched, sprang sideways, then came from another angle before the first splash had settled. Geralt caught the claw on the flat of his blade. The force drove him back a pace. Mud gave under his heel, cold water closed over his waist, and the Vodyanoi took the opening, hooking one arm around his sword wrist and sinking its teeth into the leather at his shoulder. Geralt drove his forehead into its snout. Cartilage broke with a wet crack. The creature recoiled, but the grip only tightened, so he twisted his wrist and drew the edge across its forearm and felt silver bite through hide and corded flesh. Black blood ran over his hand. The Vodyanoi screamed and plunged backward into deeper water, dragging him with it. His boots left the bottom,
For one breath, he floated beside the creature, too slow to get his knees under him, the sword hanging low by its own weight. Then the Vodyanoi rolled and wrapped both legs around his waist, and its good hand closed over his throat. Geralt let go of the sword. The creature's eyes widened as the blade fell between them. He took the wounded arm in both hands, drove his thumb into the cut webbing, and tore sideways. The Vodyanoi convulsed. Its grip slackened long enough for him to plant a boot against its belly and shove away, and he broke the surface near the bank. The younger fisherman was hauling on the rope around the punt, though Geralt had never tied it to himself. The boat scraped another hand's breadth onto the mud. Geralt asked for the pole, and the man threw it, and Geralt caught the shaft across his chest just as the Vodyanoi surfaced behind him. He swung one end backward. The iron-shod point struck beneath the jaw and knocked the head aside, and before it recovered, he drove the pole into the bottom and vaulted for the mud bank. He landed on one knee. The creature followed to the water's edge and stopped there. Its severed fingers bled into the shallows. The other arm hung cut and useless. It kept its hind feet submerged all the same, shoulders hunched, mouth working as it tasted the air. Geralt rose and pulled the steel sword from his back. The younger fisherman stared at him and said that the silver was in the water. "I know." The Vodyanoi gave another clicking call, and far across the fen beyond the drowned willows, something answered. The wounded creature backed deeper into the channel. Geralt took a stoppered flask from his belt and threw it past the beast. The clay struck a half-rotted stump and broke, and lamp oil ran down the wood and spread across the skin of the water. "Flint," he said. The older fisherman fumbled at his pouch. Geralt told him to hurry. The second call came nearer, and then Geralt heard the rush before he saw it, reeds cracking in a straight line west of the bank. The mate returning through the deeper channel, moving hard enough to throw water over the stems. The older man struck steel against stone. One spark died in the damp tinder. Another caught, and Geralt snatched the smoking twist from his hand and cast it onto the oil. Flame ran over the water in a low yellow sheet. The wounded Vodyanoi shrieked and sprang away from the burning stump, but the fire cut across its path to the deep channel. It scrambled sideways, claws tearing grooves in the mud, and for the first time all four limbs came clear of the water. Its speed failed at once. The creature lurched as though the earth had doubled its weight, webbed feet slipping on cracked silt. Geralt closed before it could turn back, hammered a desperate claw aside with the steel, then kicked behind its knee and drove it onto one shoulder. The Vodyanoi twisted with savage strength and caught his ankle. Geralt fell beside it. Mud struck his cheek. The creature rolled over him, jaws snapping close enough to scrape the studs of his collar, while its hooked fingers clawed for his eyes, and he jammed the steel crossguard beneath its chin. The jaws closed against iron, teeth broke. Geralt heaved, turned the head aside, reached blindly into the shallows. His fingers found the silver hilt where the blade had sunk upright in the mud. The second Vodyanoi burst from the reeds. It came in a spray of black water larger than its mate, ridged along the spine, a torn wound below one shoulder where Geralt had stabbed through the punt. It saw the fire, swerved, then drove both hands into the stern of the boat. The punt rolled onto its side, and the fisherman spilled into the shallows, among loose poles, baskets, coiled line.
the older man vanished beneath the hull. The younger struck the bottom on hands and knees, shouting as mud swallowed one arm to the elbow. Geralt tore the silver sword free. The smaller creature wrenched its head off the steel guard and lunged. He let it come across him, turned beneath the reaching arm, and drove silver through the soft flesh below its ribs. The point came out beside the spine. The Vodyanoi shuddered. Its weight sagged against him, hot blood pouring over his hand, despite the cold marsh water around them, and he shoved the body away and pulled the blade free with both hands. Across the shallows, the larger beast had dragged the older fisherman out from beneath the overturned punt. One claw closed around the man's calf. The other gripped the boat's edge as it hauled itself backward toward deeper water. Geralt seized the dead creature by one ankle and swung it round. Its mate stopped. For a heartbeat, the two of them faced one another across the marsh. Geralt knee-deep in mud with silver in one hand and the carcass in the other, the Vodyanoi crouched over the fisherman, fire crawling along the channel between them. Then the larger beast let the man go and came for the dead one with a bellow that shook water from the reeds. Geralt stepped aside at the last instant and drove the corpse into its path. The two bodies struck with a heavy slap of wet flesh. The living Vodyanoi caught its mate against its chest, stumbled over the dry edge of the bank, and rolled once through the mud. Geralt followed, but the beast kicked itself backward with both legs, and mud and bone fragments flew into his face. By the time he cleared his eyes, it had reached the shallows with the dead one clutched under an arm. Silver cut across its back as it dove. The wound opened from shoulder to hip. The creature did not let go. It plunged beneath the burning skin of the channel where the fire had thinned, taking the dead Vodyanoi with it into the black water, and a broad wake raced west. Geralt stood breathing hard while the flames snapped around the drowned stump. The older fisherman groaned beside the overturned punt. The younger dragged himself out of the mud and stared after the wake and said it had taken the body. Geralt wiped black blood from his eyes. Beyond the drowned willows, the reeds bent one after another toward the hidden ruin. It took it home. The fire died where the oil thinned, and the smoke dragged low across the channel. Geralt righted the punt with the younger fisherman, while the older man lay on the mud bank with one hand clamped around his calf. 4 punctures showed through the torn wool of his breeches. Though the flesh had not been ripped away, blood ran freely, bright against the black water pooled beneath him. Geralt asked if he could stand. The man gritted his teeth and said he could if he must. "You must." Geralt cut a strip from the hem of the fisherman's vest and bound the wound tight. The larger Vodyanoi had let go before its claws found bone, though the bruising would spread deep. He pressed along the shin, found no break, then hauled the man upright and set his arm across the younger one's shoulders. The punt had taken water but held sound. One side was gouged where claws had gone through the outer plank, and the stern bench hung loose from a single peg. Geralt pushed the boat farther up the bank, tipped it, and let the marsh drain out among the rushes. The younger fisherman looked west and said they should go back. Geralt picked up the loose bench and turned the broken end over in his hand. "They should," he agreed. The man said he was coming with them. "No." The fisherman's face tightened. He was young enough that fear still came out as anger. "You killed one." The other is cut from neck to hip. Let it bleed."
"It will not bleed enough." Geralt did not look up. The younger man insisted he had seen the wound, and Geralt said he had seen where the blade went, which was not the same thing. The cut had crossed the ridged muscles of the back, long and ugly, but shallow near the spine where thick scale and bone turned the edge. In water, the creature could lie still among weeds and silt until the flesh sealed. Left alone, it would recover or go mad beside the carcass of its mate. Either way, the hamlet would keep losing men. Geralt wedged the bench back into place and bound it with spare line. "Take the near channel. Keep the wounded leg raised. Do not stop until you see the fish racks." The older man leaned against his companion, pale beneath the weather in his skin, and asked what the Witcher meant to do. "Follow," Geralt said. With what boat, the man wanted to know. Geralt looked at the flat wake left across the marsh. It had begun to settle, though bent reeds still marked the path through the drowned willows. "This one." The younger fisherman stared at him and asked how they were supposed to get home. Geralt pointed to the half-crushed eel trap floating near the channel. Its woven body had split, but the frame was still lashed to two buoyant willow hoops. "Tie the spare poles across it," he said, "and keep your weight low." The fisherman looked from the broken trap to the punt and said, "The thing would barely hold a child." It only had to hold one man, Geralt told him. The other could wade where the bottom rose. The older man gave a breath that might have been a laugh somewhere else. There was no humor in it here. "You knew the bottom rose?" "I came across it on the way in." "You did not." Geralt lifted the punt's bow and dragged it toward the water. "Then hope I guessed well?" They worked quickly. The younger man lashed both spare poles across the willow hoops and pushed the unbroken half of the trap beneath them. The little raft sagged when he tested it, but it did not sink. He settled the wounded man across the poles with both legs stretched out before him, then took up a length of line to tow from the shallows. Before they left, Geralt held out his hand and asked for the knife. The young man gave it over. The flint next. He hesitated over that one, then put the pouch in Geralt's palm and asked if there was anything else. "Lamp oil," Geralt said. They had used it. He opened the punt's forward locker anyway, and beneath a coil of wet rope lay a small clay bottle sealed with wax. The fisherman frowned and said that was fish oil. "It burns. It smokes. Better." The two men pulled the makeshift raft into the near channel, the younger wading to the thighs and towing while the older held a broken pole to fend off the reeds. Neither looked back after the first turn. Geralt waited until their splashing faded. Then the marsh returned. Water ticked from the punt. Smoke from the burned oil stung his eyes, and somewhere under the mud bank, trapped gas shifted with a soft belch, sending a cluster of bubbles up around the dead fish bones. He retrieved the silver sword, rinsed the blade, and inspected the edge. Two small notches showed near the middle where it had met scale and bone. He drew a whetstone from his pouch and worked it 3 times along each side, enough to clear the burr without wasting the light. The flat wake westward had nearly gone. Geralt pushed off. He stood at the stern with the last pole and guided the punt into the trail between the willows. The water deepened at once, turning from brown-black to a green so dark it held no bottom at all. Fallen branches lay just below the surface, wrapped in weed and pale snail shells. Twice the pole struck timber instead of mud. On the third thrust,
something soft gave beneath the iron tip and released a cloud of silver bubbles, carrying the stink of old decay. The trees closed around him. Their trunks rose from the marsh at crooked angles, bark peeled white where years of flood had drowned it, and long strands of moss hung from the branches and brushed his shoulders as the punt passed beneath. The creature's wake showed again in patches, a smear of blood on one root, a torn reed caught high on another. Geralt leaned near the bow and touched the blood, thick, cooling, mixed with gray slime from the beast's skin. The trail divided around a low island of roots. To the left, water moved slowly through a narrow cut choked with lilies. To the right, the channel widened beneath leaning willows, easy ground for a punt and a strong swimmer. Blood marked both paths. Geralt lowered the pole and listened. A faint knock came from the left channel, wood against stone. Once, then again. The right lay silent. He studied the blood. On the right it floated fresh in small beads, bright where the light found them. On the left it had been smeared across lily stems, well above the waterline. The Vodyanoi had used its dead mate to mark one path, while taking the other. Geralt pushed right. The channel carried him under a fallen trunk. He crouched low, but thorned vines hanging from the bark caught his shoulder and tore open a seam in his coat, and while he worked free, the punt drifted sideways. A submerged branch struck the hull and spun it toward a tangle of roots. Something slapped the water behind him. Geralt turned with the silver blade half drawn. Only a dead pike floating in the channel, its belly opened and entrails trailing red beneath it. The fish bumped the stern once, then slid along the hull. A second surfaced ahead, then a third, each cut from gill to tail. The punt moved among them, hemmed in by pale bellies and loose organs. Geralt smelled the trap before he saw it. Bitter sap, fresh-cut vine, human sweat, washed thin by the marsh. He drove the pole hard against the bottom. The punt stopped a hand's breadth before a line stretched across the channel, woven from reed fiber and fishing cord, almost invisible beneath the floating scum. Fish hooks hung from it at face height, their points turned toward the boat. Geralt cut the line. The hooks fell into the water, and at once the reeds on both banks snapped inward. Two weighted branches swung across the channel from opposite sides. Geralt dropped flat as they crashed above the punt, thick enough to break a man's skull. Their ropes had been set through bent saplings released when the cut line slackened. The whole channel shuddered from the blow. Water erupted beneath the stern. The larger Vodyanoi rose with the dead one clutched across its chest like a shield. Its torn back streamed blood, and one yellow eye had swollen shut. Where mud packed the wound, it rammed the carcass into the punt, tipping the boat until Geralt slid against the gunwale. Claws closed around the pole and ripped it from his hand. The punt spun. Geralt drew silver, but the living beast kept its mate between them. It drove the dead body forward again, forcing him toward the bow while its free hand reached below the gunwale for his leg. He slashed low. The blade cut through the dead Vodyanoi's thigh and scored the living one across the wrist, and it recoiled, dragging both bodies beneath the surface. Geralt regained his footing as the punt struck a willow root. The marsh went still around him. A ripple passed beneath the floating pike, then another. The Vodyanoi came from below and lifted the punt on its shoulders. The bow rose clear of the water, Geralt's boots sliding backward over the wet planks. He drove the silver sword through the floorboards beside his foot, pinning himself by the hilt as the craft tilted toward the root bank. The creature heaved again. Wood cracked. Water poured over the stern. Geralt pulled the fish oil bottle from the locker, broke the wax seal with his teeth, and emptied half of it across the dead pike nearest the hull. He struck flint against the sword guard. The first spark vanished. The second caught in a scrap of dry cord he had kept inside his glove, and he dropped it. Flame crawled over the oil-slick fish and spread in thick, smoking tongues. The stench came at once, rancid and choking. Fire touched the Vodyanoui's head where it rose beneath the boat. The beast screamed and released the hull. The punt slammed down hard enough to jar Geralt's teeth. He tore the sword free as the creature thrashed away, beating at the flames with both arms, burning oil clinging to the dead mate tangled against its chest. Geralt shoved the punt off the root and grabbed one of the broken trap branches to use as a pole. The creature fled through the reeds on the right, trailing smoke, and he followed it until the channel ran out. Past the last willow, the water opened up, round and black, walled in by reeds twice a man's height. Broken stone showed through the surface near the middle. A wall leaned beneath the water like a drowned jaw, and two square pillars rose no higher than a man's knee, green with moss and old slime. The Vodyanoi reached them first. It hauled the burned carcass onto the sloping crown of the ruin and stopped there, smoke lifting off its shoulders, and turned its one clear eye toward Geralt. Then it pushed the dead one through a gap between the stones. The body sank and did not come up. The living beast went in headfirst after it and was gone. Geralt let the punt drift to the broken wall. Under the surface, stone steps went down into the dark, each one vanishing deeper than the last, and the blood trail ran along them like a black ribbon. He touched the water with 2 fingers. Cold tightened the joints at once. From somewhere far below came the scrape of claw on stone. He did not go in yet. He brought the punt against the 2 broken pillars and looped the bow line twice around the nearer one. The stone shifted under his hand, slick with moss, but it held when he leaned his weight on it. Below, the drowned steps ran down 4 lengths, maybe 5, before the black took them, too straight and too broad for any fisher's work. The creature had picked its ground well. Geralt stripped the wet coat off his shoulders and laid it over the forward bench. He unbuckled the steel sword first, wrapped the belt around the hilt, and set both under the seat where the marsh could not have them. The silver stayed at his back until he drew it and measured the blade against the width of the stair. Too long. In a drowned passage, it would catch stone or weed or bone before it found flesh. He set it beside the other and opened the wooden case at his belt. 2 vials had survived. One held a dark swallow of potion, the second a pale oil thickened with powdered silver and herbs. He drank the potion. Bitterness burned across his tongue and down his throat, and a moment later his pulse slowed, heavy and deliberate, while the pool sharpened around him. He could pick out midges floating on the far side, the tremor of a single reed stem, the small rings where marsh gas came up beside the submerged wall. The short hunting knife from the punt's locker tested blunt against his thumb. Common iron, useless unless he could reach an eye or a throat. He took the spare dagger off the silver sword belt instead, barely longer than his forearm, broad at the base, narrow enough to work between stones, and coated it with the pale oil, drawing the cloth from hilt to point until the blade held a dull sheen. The fish oil bottle lay empty near the stern. Geralt found a clay bait jar under the bench, washed the old scales out of it, and poured in the last of the lamp oil from his case. A strip torn from his sleeve made a wick. He pressed a flat shard of wood over the mouth and sealed the edges with wax, scraped from the fisherman's spare net cord. The jar might burn once it was opened. It might just as easily fill with water and become dead weight. He tied it to his chest anyway. The stair below shifted with a faint pulse, and silt lifted off one of the lower steps and drifted up in a gray veil. Geralt took the bowline in both hands and tested its length. It would reach the visible stair, and perhaps one chamber past that, no farther. He knotted it round his waist with enough slack to get free quickly, cut the remaining coil from the punt and wound it across one shoulder. The larger Vodyanoi had gone in through the steps, carrying its dead mate, so there was air somewhere below, or a ledge where the beast could rest. Amphibious did not mean built for endless depth. It meant the thing could wait longer than a man, strike quicker, and spend less strength doing both. He slid one leg over the gunwale, and the water seized him through the boot. Cold climbed past the knee before he got the other leg down. No mud met his feet. The wall dropped sheer beside the steps, and the black under the punt pulled at his soles. He took one deep breath and went under. The marsh closed over his head without a splash. Sound changed first. The reeds, the flies, the creak of the punt. All of it gone, and in its place the slow thud of blood in his ears and the rub of leather against stone. Green light reached down far enough to show the first steps and nothing past them. Each was coated in soft silt that rolled away under his hands. He pulled himself lower. The silver dagger added little weight, but his boots and belts dragged at every movement, and the water resisted his arms, thick and cold, while the rope floated beside him in slow coils that kept threatening to catch round his wrists. At the fifth step, the stair passed beneath an arch. Roots had broken through the stones overhead and hung down like black cords, pale tips feeling along the current. Geralt pushed between them, careful not to stir the silt, and saw what lay beyond. The ruin went on under the pool. Its walls leaned inward, built from fitted blocks mottled with lichen and shell, and fish moved through the cracks where mortar had washed out. The dead Vodyanoi lay ahead, with one arm caught against the wall, drifting in the weak current. Geralt stopped. The body had been placed across the passage. Its mate had not simply left it there. The shoulders were wedged under two broken stones, and a cord of woven reed ran from the dead creature's wrist into a dark opening at floor level. Another snare. He moved closer and studied the cord. It ran under the body, then up the wall through a rusted iron ring. Past the corpse, a slab of fallen ceiling hung crooked above the passage, held by a cracked timber post, gone white from years underwater. Touch the body, pull the cord, lose the passage beneath stone. The dead Vodyanoi turned slowly in the current, one yellow eye staring without sight, burned skin peeling off its chest in pale strips. Geralt drew the silver dagger and cut the reed cord where it crossed the wrist. The line snapped taut. The body jerked upward, dragged by another cord hidden beneath it, and its jaws opened on a sharpened fishbone fixed between the teeth like a spike. Geralt twisted aside. The point scraped his cheek and caught in a root behind him. The cut cord had released the timber,
and the hanging slab came down. Water struck him a solid blow. As the stone fell through the passage, he kicked backward, but one boot jammed between the lower step and the wall, and the slab crashed onto the dead Vodyanoi, crushing it flat against the floor, sending a burst of black blood and silt and splintered bone through the arch. Geralt tore his foot free. Pain ran up the ankle. The current spun him into the wall, and his shoulder hit stone hard enough to loosen the clay jar at his chest. It swung out, knocked once against the passage, and held. Behind him, the arch had disappeared into a boiling cloud. He let the current settle and counted the beats in his chest. 10, 15, 20. That first breath already felt a long way back. Something moved through the silt ahead. He saw no shape, only two pale flashes where the light caught the membranes of an eye. Low near the floor, then gone, then above him. The living Vodyanoi was circling in the cloud. He put his back to the wall and held the dagger close to his ribs. A long blade would have been useless down here. Even the short one felt slow, the water stealing the force from his wrist before the point had traveled a hand's breadth. A claw came through the silt beside his face. Geralt caught the forearm with his left hand. Ridged flesh, cold, stronger than rope under strain, and thrust the dagger up, aiming below the jaw. The Vodyanoi twisted before the point landed. Silver opened its throat without sinking. The beast drove a knee into his belly, forcing the last of his breath against his closed teeth, then took hold of the rope knotted at his waist and pulled. Geralt shot forward through the passage, shoulder scraping one wall, hip the other, and the dagger tore loose from the shallow wound. The creature swam backward with powerful strokes, dragging him toward a doorway hidden beyond the fallen slab. He hooked an arm around a protruding stone, and the sudden stop wrenched both shoulders. The Vodyanoi pulled harder. Its legs whipped through the water, webbed feet finding easy purchase against the current, and the rope tightened into Geralt's belly. He could not match it underwater, so he cut the rope. The freed end snapped away in the creature's hand, and its own pull carried it backward through the doorway, limbs flailing for a single heartbeat. Geralt kicked from the wall and followed. The chamber beyond was round, larger than the passage, its roof split by the roots of an ancient willow. A pocket of air clung beneath the highest arch, no wider than a shield. The Vodyanoi reached it first, one hand grasping the stone lip, while the other clawed at the rope drifting behind it. Geralt surfaced beneath the roots and drew breath mixed with rot. The pocket stank of dead fish, wet earth, the sour musk of the beasts. Roots pressed against his brow. Water lapped at his mouth, each time the chamber shifted with the marsh above. Across from him, the Vodyanoi rose to its shoulders. The silver cut along its throat smoked faintly where the oil had entered. One eye remained swollen shut. The other watched him without blinking. Its back wound had opened again, and the water around its body was dark with it. Neither moved. Geralt kept one hand against the roof to hold his mouth above the surface, boots dragging beneath him, searching for ground and finding only the curved wall. The creature's throat swelled. It gave a low, pulsing croak, and an answer came from below. Geralt looked down. At first he saw only the chamber floor, tiled with pale stones and scattered bones. Then the bones shifted. Small shapes uncurled among them, thin-limbed and gray, each no longer than a man's forearm, and round eyes opened one after another in the dark. Spawn. The living Vodyanoi released the stone lip and dropped beneath the surface. The smaller shapes rose with it. Geralt tore the clay jar from his chest and bit through the waxed cord around its lid, water climbing over his chin as he worked. He spat the fibers away, struck flint against the dagger's silver pommel, and caught the wick on the third spark. The flame shuddered blue and yellow in the foul air. Below him, pale hands reached through the water. He ripped away the wooden seal and poured burning oil across the surface. Fire spread beneath the roots. The first young Vodyanoi broke through directly into it, its slick head vanishing inside a crown of flame, and its shriek filled the air pocket till the roots trembled dust into the water. The others recoiled beneath the surface, twisting away from the light. The adult struck from below before Geralt could empty the jar. Its head drove into his ribs. The clay vessel flew from his hand and shattered against the wall, splashing fire across roots and stone, and Geralt went under in a whirl of bubbles with one arm locked around the creature's neck. It clawed at his side. Leather tore, hooks scored flesh below the ribs. He held on, drove both knees into its wounded back, and pushed the silver dagger into the cut at its throat. This time the blade entered. The beast bucked hard enough to throw him against the chamber roof, and stone split the skin above his ear. His fingers nearly opened. The dagger stayed buried to the guard, while the Vodyanoi spun through the water, smashing them both against roots, walls, tiled floor. Small claws closed around his boots. The spawn were climbing his legs in the dark. He tore the dagger sideways and the adult's throat opened. Black blood burst into the chamber, hot against the marsh cold, and the creature's strength broke in one violent shudder. It released him, struck the floor on its side, kicked once among the scattered bones. Geralt pushed upward. The fire above had spread across the roots and filled the pocket with smoke. He surfaced into heat and dragged one breath through his teeth, then another while burning moss fell around him in red fragments. Below, the spawn gathered around the dying Vodyanoi, their small bodies vanishing into the blood cloud. He found the severed rope drifting beside the wall, wound it around one fist, searched through the smoke for the archway back. The adult's good eye remained open beneath the water. Its hand closed around his ankle and tightened. The Vodyanoi lay on its side beneath him, throat opened to the spine, and still its fingers held, with the last strength left in them. Geralt kicked once and felt the claws bite through the leather of his boot. The dying creature pulled itself forward across the tiled floor, dragging him down from the air pocket toward the blood cloud, where the spawn writhed around its body. Smoke pressed under the roots above. Fire snapped along the moss, eating through dry fibers hidden inside the old wood, and every breath tasted of oil and rot. Geralt wrapped the cut rope around his wrist, bent at the waist, and drove the silver dagger down through the Vodyanoi's forearm. The grip failed. He tore his ankle free and kicked toward the arch. Small hands scraped along his calves, catching at straps and buckles. One of the spawn climbed as high as his knee before he struck it away with the dagger pommel, sending the thin gray body spinning through the red water. The others followed. There were 6 that he could see, perhaps more beneath the adult's carcass. They moved without the strength of their parents, but the water had belonged to them from birth. Their limbs folded close, then snapped straight, hurling them forward in quick, pale darts that changed direction faster than his eye could follow. Geralt reached the doorway and caught the edge with one hand. The passage beyond remained clogged with silt from the fallen slab, and he could see no stair, no green light from above,
only broken stone and the thick coil of his original line leading into the murk. It had snagged somewhere beyond the collapse. A spawn struck his shoulder. Its mouth closed on the torn seam of his shirt and found flesh beneath. Geralt jammed 2 fingers under its jaw and ripped it loose, and the creature twisted in his hand, skin slick as an eel, raking 3 lines across his wrist before he drove it headfirst against the arch. Bone gave. He let the body go and pushed into the passage. The young Vodyanoi came after him in a cluster. Narrow walls slowed them no more than open water. They skimmed along stone, claws finding cracks, small bodies passing over and under one another, while Geralt dragged himself forward by roots and broken blocks. His boots struck the slab that had fallen across the dead adult's mate, and he felt the passage close around him. There was room above the slab for his shoulders. If he turned sideways, there was no room for his sword arm. Geralt shoved the dagger through first and pulled himself after it. Stone scraped his chest. The clay shards tied to his belt caught against the edge and held him fast for a heartbeat, while cold fingers closed around the back of his neck. He reached down, tore the empty cords free, left the broken jar behind. A spawn bit into his collar. Another hooked its claws beneath his belt and pulled. Geralt forced himself through the gap until the stone crushed the air from his lungs, then kicked backward with both legs. His heel struck one body. The second caught his boot and twisted, and leather tore from the ankle to the calf. He came free on the far side with the boot hanging open and blood warming the water around his leg. He turned in the narrow space and put his back against the stair wall. The first spawn wriggled through the gap. He caught it on the dagger point, silver entering below the chin and passing through the skull. The creature convulsed, blocking the opening while 2 more pushed from behind, and Geralt drove the body deeper into the gap, wedging it between slab and ceiling. Claws tore at the corpse from the other side. The dead spawn bent under the strain, ribs folding inward, but it held long enough for him to search the passage wall. His left hand found the cut line from the first snare, then the original rope farther down, drawn tight beneath a fallen block. He pulled once. The line held. Geralt followed it by touch, until his fingers found the place where the rope disappeared beneath stone. The block was no bigger than a mill wheel, but water had settled it into the passage floor, among broken tiles and bones. He planted one foot against the wall, gripped the rope close to the stone, and hauled. Nothing moved. Behind him, the dead spawn tore in half, and a pale arm pushed through the gap. He let go of the rope and drove Ard into the slab. The sign struck the water as a blunt, crushing pulse. Silt, bone, and loose stone blasted down the passage. The fallen block shifted half a hand's breadth, enough to free the rope beneath it, and the spawn in the gap vanished backward into the chamber in a swirl of torn limbs. Pain burst behind Geralt's eyes. Using a sign underwater, emptied the lungs in a way no blow could. His chest tightened at once, demanding air he did not have, and the potion's steadying weight could not slow that need forever. He seized the freed line and climbed. The rope led up through the arch and across the submerged steps. Light showed ahead, faint and green, cut into bars by roots and floating reed stems. Geralt pulled hand over hand, boots striking stone, the wounded ankle folding each time he pushed from it. Then something caught the rope below, and the line jerked tight. He looked back.
3 spawn had entered the passage. One clung to the rope with both hands, teeth fastened around it. The others climbed the walls, using the stones to pass the falling silt. He pulled harder. The rope moved through the first creature's mouth, sawing skin from its lips, but it did not release. The line had become a path leading straight to him. Geralt looped it round his forearm and climbed faster. The arch fell behind. Above, the punt's dark shape rocked against the surface, distorted by the water, and between him and it hung the roots that had brushed his shoulders on the descent, a black curtain tangled around the line. He reached them with his lungs burning. The rope had twisted twice about a thick root. Geralt tore at the loop, but the wet fiber had drawn tight under his weight, and his fingers had gone numb. The knot would not move. A spawn struck his torn boot. Claws entered the wound and closed around the ankle bone. Geralt's mouth opened against his will, bubbles rushing past his face. He kicked downward and the creature swung with the leg, holding on. Another brushed his back, seeking the cut below his ribs. He stopped, fighting the knot, and cut the rope above it. The freed end shot upward through the roots. Geralt drove the dagger into the thickest strand, pulled himself close, and used the blade as a hook while his free hand reached for the surface. The spawn on his ankle dragged him lower. He bent and caught its wrist. The skin was smooth, the bones light beneath it. He twisted until the arm broke, tore the creature loose, and flung it into the roots. The second young Vodyanoi came through the tangle head first, and Geralt met it with his forearm across its throat. Its teeth snapped beside his cheek. He pushed it sideways into a fork of roots and drove the silver dagger through its belly, pinning it there. The blade stuck. He pulled once. The roots held creature and weapon together. The surface weighted no more than an arm's length above him. Geralt left the dagger behind, climbed the last root with both hands, and broke through beside the punt. Air entered as a ragged convulsion. He caught the gunwale, but the boat rolled under his weight, its far side lifting clear of the water. Geralt kicked until his chest reached the planks and hung there while the marsh poured from his hair, his sleeves, his open boot. The pool lay gray beneath late afternoon. Smoke drifted from the gap among the ruined stones. Small ripples spread from the submerged stair, then stopped before they reached the boat. He dragged himself aboard. The punt settled hard, taking water over one side, and he rolled onto his back among the ropes and wet planks, breathing through clenched teeth while the torn muscles below his ribs began to stiffen. Something scraped beneath the hull. Geralt turned at once. A small gray hand appeared over the gunwale, and he seized the steel sword from beneath the bench and brought the pommel down. Fingers broke against the wood. The hand vanished, followed by a thin splash. Another spawn surfaced near the bow, half its face blackened by fire, one eye burst. It clung to the pillar and looked toward Geralt, with its mouth opening and closing beneath the waterline. He took the fish knife from his belt and threw. The blade entered the remaining eye, and the creature slipped from the stone. For several breaths, nothing else moved. Geralt sat upright and examined the pool. Blood rose from below in slow patches, thinning between the reeds. The dead adults remained in the ruin, and some of the spawn had died in the chamber and the passage. He did not know how many were left. The contract had been for the drownings, and the drownings would begin again if even one of the brood grew beneath the stones. He looked at the entrance. The fire in the air pocket would be dying by now.
The silver dagger remained below, pinned among the roots. His breathing had steadied, though the potion still lay cold in his veins, and the wounded ankle throbbed with every beat. He found the severed end of the rope floating beside the punt and pulled it in. 40 feet. Enough to reach the first chamber if the stones did not take it again. From below came a faint tapping. 3 strikes against stone. A pause. Then 3 more. Geralt opened the forward locker and removed the last dry bundle wrapped in waxed hide, cord, resin, powdered charcoal, and a single glass flask with a clay stopper. He set the steel sword aside and began tying the charge, wrapping the flask in resin-soaked cord and binding it against a flat shard of stone. The charge was small enough to hold in one hand. Powdered charcoal filled the space around the flask, packed beneath a fold of waxed hide, and a narrow fuse ran from the bundle and round his wrist so it could not drift free. It would crack stone if wedged into a seam. In open water, it would do little beyond stunning whatever swam too near. He tied the remaining rope beneath his arms rather than around his waist. The knot sat high enough to keep his hands free and loose enough to cut if the line snagged again. A second length secured the charge to his chest, beside the empty sheath where the silver dagger had been. The torn boot would not hold. Geralt cut it away below the ankle and wrapped the foot in 2 strips of leather drawn tight across the wound. Water would enter at once, but the binding would keep the flesh from opening farther against stone. He flexed his toes, felt the pain move cleanly through them, and rose. Late light lay dull over the pool. The reed wall around the ruin had darkened to green-black, and insects gathered above the water in a shifting veil. No sound came from the hamlet. The marsh between stood too broad and twisted for voices to carry. The tapping began again below. 3 knocks. A pause. 2. Geralt watched the entrance until the last ring faded. The spawn had learned the sound of wood and stone from the adults. Perhaps they struck bones together, or perhaps one had found the dropped silver dagger and worked it loose from the roots. Whatever made the noise wanted movement above. He took the steel sword and slid the blade beneath the bowline. The cord had been cut halfway through. Fine fibers floated around the pillar, pale against the dark water. One more pull from below would have parted it and sent the punt drifting into the reeds. Geralt replaced the damaged length, doubled the knot, and rubbed fish oil over the rope where it touched the stone. Teeth would slide before they bit. He climbed over the gunwale. Cold closed around the bandaged foot hard enough to numb it, and the rest followed more slowly as he lowered himself hand over hand beside the pillar, keeping his face above water until the rope took his weight. He breathed 4 times, deep and even, then struck the fuse. The resin caught with a quiet hiss. Geralt shielded the ember in one fist and went under. Green light folded over him. Inside its waxed sleeve, the fuse burned as a red bead, dim but alive, shedding a thin stream of bubbles while he went down the steps. The passage below was still clouded, though much of the silt had settled across the floor in soft drifts marked by small webbed tracks, and the tracks led downward. No spawn waited among the roots. Geralt reached the fallen slab and turned sideways through the gap. The severed body he had used to block it was gone. Fresh claw marks scored the silt where it had been dragged back into the round chamber. The ember on the fuse crept closer to the bundle, so he covered it with his palm to slow the burn
and entered the air pocket. Smoke still clung beneath the roots, thickest near the ceiling. Geralt surfaced with only his mouth above water and drew one breath that tasted of soot and blood. The fire had eaten the moss, but left the larger roots charred rather than broken. Blackened strips hung down around the chamber, and small red points glowed where the heat remained inside the wood. The adult Vodyanoi lay near the far wall. Its carcass had been pulled upright and wedged beneath the air pocket, head lolling against one shoulder, the open throat gaping toward Geralt. Its arms were spread across the roots and held there by woven reed cord. A shape moved behind it. Geralt sank before the first spawn struck. The creature passed over his head, claws cutting through the smoke where his face had been. Two others dropped from the roots. They had hidden above the waterline, pressed against blackened wood with mud smeared over their gray hides. He drove downward, using the charge's weight to pull him beneath their rush, and they turned quickly and followed. Geralt kicked from the curved wall, caught one by the ankle and swung it into another. Their bodies struck together, but neither stayed stunned. They twisted apart and came from opposite sides, one low near his wounded foot, the other reaching for the rope beneath his arms. He let the low one close. Its mouth opened around the leather binding. Geralt brought both knees up, trapped the creature's head between them, and drove his heel against the wall. Bone cracked under the pressure, and the spawn released in a burst of bubbles and blood. The second seized the rope. Geralt pulled the charge from his chest and shoved it between them. The spawn clawed at the waxed hide, drawn by the heat of the burning fuse, and its fingers closed around the bundle. Geralt let go and struck the creature beneath the jaw with the edge of his hand, sending it backward toward the chamber floor. The charge went with it. He caught the fuse before it stretched taut, then hauled the spawn across the tiles until its back struck a seam between two floor stones. Its limbs opened in surprise. Geralt kicked the bundle beneath the lip of the stone and tore the fuse free of the creature's hands. The ember had nearly reached the powder. He surfaced, gulped air, hauled twice on the rope, and the line tightened toward the entrance. Below, 3 spawn gathered around the charge. One bit into the waxed covering. Another struck the glass inside with a claw, making the bundle pulse. Geralt dove for the passage. The blast struck before he reached the arch. Water became stone. The force hurled him through the doorway and against the fallen slab, and light flashed white inside his skull. One ear filled with a deep ringing that swallowed every other sound, while the current rolled him along the ceiling and drove his shoulder into the root tangle. The floor of the round chamber lifted. Tiles, bones, and black water erupted upward. A crack raced across the curved wall beneath the adult carcass, opening wide enough to swallow a man's hand. And marsh water rushed into it, carrying silt and torn pieces of the spawn. The wedged Vodyanoi tore free from the roots. Its body rolled through the chamber and struck Geralt across the back, and the dead claws caught in his rope, tangling the carcass against him as the current dragged both toward the new breach. Geralt reached for the wall. His fingers slid over wet stone. The crack widened with another grinding jolt. Blocks shifted beneath the floor and dropped into a hollow space below. Water pulled downward through the opening, carrying bones, reeds, and broken tiles into darkness. The adult carcass went first. Its legs entered the breach and jammed at the hips, and the current stretched the body lengthwise
throat opening wider, arms flailing loosely against Geralt's chest as the rope wrapped twice around one wrist. He drew the common iron knife from his belt. The current turned him sideways. The blade struck the rope, slipped, then cut 3 strands. The carcass jerked lower, wrenching his arm toward the gap. Geralt saw it again, and the line parted. The dead Vodyanoi vanished into the breach, its ridged head striking the stone once before it folded through and disappeared beneath the ruined floor. Geralt kicked for the arch. A surviving spawn burst from the silt and fastened itself between his shoulder blades, claws entering the torn cloth below his neck, mouth snapping against the back of his collar. He drove himself backward into the wall. The creature took the blow and held. Geralt struck again, harder, and pain ran through his spine. The spawn loosened one hand, then buried its teeth in the rope crossing his chest. The line snapped. The pull from above vanished, and the freed rope slipped through the arch and rose towards the entrance without him. Geralt reached after it and caught only the end between 2 fingers. The spawn dragged him back. He twisted in the water, forced one elbow between its body and his spine, and rolled against the wall. The creature came around his shoulder with him, its face appearing beside his own, one eye milk white from the blast. Geralt bit through the cord tied around his wrist. The spent fuse in its leather loop came free, and he wrapped it around the spawn's throat, crossed the ends behind its head, and pulled. The creature thrashed, claws beating against his forearms, but the cord sank beneath its jaw. He planted both feet against the wall and pushed away. The spawn stayed caught against the stone by the loop, its thin neck stretched. Geralt hauled until the body stopped twisting, then released it and seized the loose rope before it floated beyond reach. His lungs tightened. The round chamber collapsed behind him. With a slow, crushing roar, he felt through the water rather than heard. The cracked floor dropped into the hollow below, pulling the remaining air pocket down in a storm of roots and stone. Blackness surged through the arch. Geralt climbed. He dragged himself over the fallen slab, rope burning against his palms, and the ruined passage shook with each shifting block. One wall split from floor to ceiling and released roots as thick as a man's thigh. They swept across the stair and caught the line. Geralt reached the knot with failing hands. Above, green light flickered through the churning silt, and the punt was only a shadow. But the distance lengthened each time he pulled. The root tightened around the rope. He kicked against the steps and freed one loop. Another closed over his wrist. Bark rasped through the skin as the root bent with the collapsing wall, drawing him toward the crack, and Geralt braced both boots against the stair and tore his hand free. The bandage around his wounded foot unraveled. Leather streamed behind him, then caught on a broken corner and pulled his leg straight. He looked down once, saw the strip tied around the stone, and cut it away with the iron knife. The bootless foot struck the edge. Pain flared white, but the toes moved. He climbed on. Behind him, the passage filled completely. A pressure wave drove silt up the steps and struck his back, throwing him through the curtain of roots near the entrance. Geralt broke the surface beneath the punt. He drew one breath before the water surged again and slammed his head against the hull. The boat tore free of the nearer pillar, swung on the second line, and struck the ruined wall broadside. Geralt caught the gunwale. The stone beneath the punt sank by a hand's breadth. Bubbles rose around both pillars, thick and foul, while the open pool began turning in a slow circle above the collapsed chamber. He pulled himself over the side and fell among the wet planks. The punt listed sharply. One of the pillars leaned outward, its base broken by the shifting ruin, and the doubled bowline slid toward the moss-slick top. Geralt crawled to the knot and cut it. The punt spun free. A dark funnel opened where the stair had been, dragging reeds and dead insects down into its center. The remaining stonework sank block by block until only the highest corner still showed above the churn, and then something pale came up in the whirl. A last spawn clawed its way onto the stone, with its belly torn open by the blast. It lifted its head toward the drifting punt and tried to push off, but the current took it first. The small body circled once, struck the broken pillar, and was gone into the ruin as the last stones folded over it. Geralt caught the floating pole and drove it against the mud beyond the pool. The point slipped, caught, and shifted the punt a single length clear of the sinking water. Behind him, the marsh closed over the lair. Only black bubbles remained. The punt moved badly with one pole and half a bench. Geralt stood at the stern with his bootless foot braced against a rib, working the iron tip into whatever bottom he could find. And often there was none. The pole would sink until cold water closed over his hands, scrape stone or root somewhere far below, then slide away. Each failed thrust let the boat turn broadside to the slow current. Spilling out of the ruined pool, the water around the sunken lair had begun to settle, though a wide ring of silt spread through the reeds. Broken roots floated among fish bones and pale scraps of hide. Once something struck the underside of the punt, soft and heavy, and rolled away unseen. Geralt did not look back again. The open pool narrowed into the willow channel. The ruin's collapse had drawn water out of the surrounding cuts, setting the marsh moving where it had lain still. Reed mats pulled apart, rotten branches shifted off the banks and turned slowly in the current, hooked ends scraping the hull as he passed. His wounded foot left a dark smear across the planks. The leather binding was gone. 2 cuts crossed the ankle where the spawn had held him, and the sole had split against stone during the climb. Mud would get in if he stepped out. Marsh water had already worked into every wound, cold enough to dull the pain without cleaning anything. He tore a strip from the wet coat and bound the foot again, tying the knot behind the ankle where it would not press on the deepest cut, then stood before the punt could drift into a wall of reeds. The pole struck bottom at last, and he pushed hard. Pain climbed the leg and stayed in the knee, but the boat answered, and the bow entered the narrow channel between drowned willows, leaving the ruined pool behind. The fish he had passed earlier still floated there, pale bellies turned toward the evening sky. The snare line hung loose between the banks. One weighted branch lay half submerged across the passage, so he crouched and dragged the punt under it by hand. A wet rasp came from the left bank. Geralt stopped. The reeds there grew over a shelf of roots no wider than a grave, and black blood marked several stems. Something had crawled out of the water into the cover, leaving a shallow groove through the mud. He drew the steel sword. The silver dagger was down under the marsh, and the silver sword lay beneath the forward bench, too far to reach quickly in the cramped boat. He pushed the steel point into the reeds and parted them. A body lay among the roots. The young Vodyanoi had one arm missing and most of its back torn open. It had got clear of the ruin before the final collapse, and carried itself through the reeds until blood loss stopped it. Its ribs still moved beneath the gray skin. One yellow eye opened, and the creature snapped weakly at the sword. Geralt reached under the bench without turning, found the silver hilt, and drew the blade out along the floorboards with a scrape of metal on wood. The spawn tried to pull itself toward the channel. Its remaining hand dug into the root shelf, claws tearing mud loose, and the body moved no more than a finger's breadth. He stepped from the punt. Mud took the bandaged foot to the ankle. He shifted his weight onto the other leg, went into the reeds, and drove the silver point cleanly through the creature's skull. The body slackened. He withdrew the sword and listened. Nothing else moved in the bank. No tapping came from beneath the roots, and the water showed no narrow wakes turning toward him. He went back to the punt and washed the blade over the side. Black blood drifted off the silver, curled once around the hull, and went away downstream. The Willow Island lay ahead. Twilight had thickened under the trees, turning the trunks into pale bars above the water. Geralt found the false trail where the dead mate's blood had been smeared across the lilies. Their leaves had closed with the fading light, each one holding a bead of water in its center. Beyond them, the left channel led toward the shallows, where he had sent the fisherman back, and he turned into it. The punt's damaged side leaked faster now. Water covered the floorboards behind the stern rib and rose around the steel sword's scabbard. He pushed his coat into the worst split, wedged it there with the broken bench, and kept moving. The channel narrowed until the pole could touch both banks. Reeds dragged over his shoulders, their leaves cutting thin lines across his wet sleeves and face, and clouds of small flies lifted off the stems and gathered around the blood at his ankle. He worked through stagnant pockets where drowned frogs floated under green scum, then into clearer runs where small fish had begun to return. At the first patch of open water, he found the raft. It had caught against a clump of sedge, one willow hoop broken and both poles gone. Blood marked the reeds nearby, human and bright, but no body lay across the frame. He brought the punt alongside. A strip of sheepskin was still tied to the lashings, the older fisherman's vest, and beside it floated a short length of tow rope, cut cleanly with a knife. He looked over the mud along the bank. One man had climbed out there dragging the other. Two sets of prints continued toward the hamlet, one deep and uneven, the second little more than a furrow, where a wounded leg had been pulled along. No webbed tracks followed. Geralt pushed on. Darkness settled over the marsh by slow degrees. The sky stayed gray above the reed tops while the channels turned black. He could no longer see the pole's point enter the water, and each thrust became a question answered by mud, root, or empty depth. A lantern showed between the stems. It swung low, disappeared, then showed again farther to the right. Geralt altered course toward it and heard voices before he reached the final bend. Here, the younger fisherman stood thigh-deep beside the channel with a pitch torch raised over his head. Two men from the hamlet waiting behind him on the bank, one with a rope, the other with a hooked boat pole. Geralt let the punt drift close and asked where the wounded man was. Back at the huts, he made it. The fisherman stared at the blood on Geralt's clothes, then at the silver sword across the bench, and asked about the second. Dead, Geralt told him. The little ones too. Dead. The answer settled over the channel without relief, and the men looked past him toward the darkness where the marsh closed again. The broad man with the boar spear came down the bank. He had wrapped a cloth around the rusted blade and carried a second torch in his free hand. He said, Geralt had sunk the old stones. They were already sinking, Geralt said. The man told him they had heard it from here, that the ground shook under the smokehouse. Geralt planted the pole and held the punt against the bank. Keep away from the ruin. The floor beneath the pool has fallen through. The broad man turned to the younger fisherman and said there had been two. There were, the fisherman agreed. And more below. Spawn. The man's jaw worked before he asked whether they would come back. Geralt stepped from the punt. Mud rose over the ruined binding and got into the cuts at once, the cold biting clean through the numbness. He pulled his foot free, climbed the bank, and handed the younger fisherman the pole. Not from there. The hamlet waited beyond the last line of reeds. Torches burned along the plank walks. The doors stood open now, though nobody had come out of the huts. Faces watched Geralt pass beneath the fish racks, following the torn clothes, the blood, and the empty silver sheath at his belt. The older fisherman sat outside the smokehouse with his legs stretched out on a stool, fresh linen over the claw wounds. He lifted a hand as Geralt came up. You found the hole. Geralt stopped beside him and said that they had found the hamlet. The old man allowed that they had. Barely. Behind them, the younger one was dragging the punt up onto the mud, and he called out that the old man had said the devil followed Geralt under. Devils have more sense. No one answered that. The broad man went into his hut and came back with a small leather purse, which gave a thin clink when he put it in Geralt's palm, and he said that was what they had agreed. Geralt weighed it once. No. The man's face darkened. He said Geralt had named the sum himself, and Geralt said he had named it for 1 Vodyanoi. Silence went down the plank walk. The broad man looked out at the black marsh and asked if he wanted twice. There had been 2 adults in the ruin, Geralt told him, and a brood. They had no twice, the man said. Geralt opened the purse and counted the coins out against his palm. Copper mostly. 3 worn silver pieces. Enough for a poor hamlet that had brought up no fish in 12 days. He took 1 silver coin and gave back the rest. The broad man stared at the purse in his hand and asked why. Geralt wiped the mud off the coin with his thumb. For the boot. He limped off toward the nearest empty hut before the man could say anything else. Behind him, the fisherman went on hauling the damaged punt farther from the water. Ropes tightened, wood scraped over mud. Along the shore, someone lifted the first mended net off its peg and carried it down to the landing. Out in the reeds, the marsh lay dark and quiet. A fish broke the surface once and was gone. He takes a single coin for a ruined boot and leaves the rest of the payment on the table, which tells you most of what a witcher's gratitude looks like. The marsh goes quiet behind him, and the nets will fill again by autumn. Whether the fisherman ever truly grasped what it cost him down in that black water was never written into the contract.